test, 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 mic test, mic test, mic test, mic test, 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 mic test, mic test. बस ठीक है.
Test, check, check. Okay. Check, 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 test. Test, check, 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 check. Check, test. Test, check, 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 check. Test, test, test. Check, check, check. check, check. Okay, okay, okay. अब मैं बंद किया ना, मास्टर बंद किया ना. चेक चेक. तो उसका देखेगा तो बस खत्म, मास्टर आउट है. चेक चेक. टेस्ट टेस्ट चेक. टेस्ट टेस्ट टेस्ट. चेक चेक. इधर है बंद किया आप लोग का. हेलो भाई चेक 1 2 3. हेलो भाई चेक 1 2 3. ਉਹਨੇ ਵੈਸੇ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ. Mic check, check, check. Mic check, check. 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check, check, check. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check, check, check. Mic check, 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 check. Hello, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Mic check 1 2 3. Hello, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Hello, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Mic check 1 2 3. Hello, mic check 1 2 3. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Mic check 1 2 3. Okay.
रेडी है देखो.
Check.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. On behalf of Arthur D. Little, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this really exciting program of events that we have organized for the Ministry of Health. This is day 2, and we welcome representatives, leaders, and executives from across the clusters of the Ministry of Health and the VRO. What we have planned for today is an interesting session where we would like to give our viewpoint and insights in terms of how the future of healthcare continues to transform and what we see in the next 5 to 10 years as some of the areas of challenges and opportunities, and what that means in terms of how technology is going to impact the delivery of care to the patient, create more efficiencies in the system, and also then tie that into what it means as we develop the various models of care on our transformation journey, how those models of care will change, how we need to change in terms of the building blocks of the system on our journey towards perhaps a more value-based healthcare model. So the purpose of today is perhaps not to give you all the solutions and all the answers, because the truth of the matter is a lot of what we're going to discuss and present is in the future. It's not being done today, not even in the US or Europe and Japan. So this is a unique opportunity in Saudi Arabia as the country is transforming as part of Vision 2030, is for this country, and in fact the Ministry of Health, to take a pivotal role in the future of the global discourse on how healthcare is transforming for the future. So with that in mind, we've got an agenda that's being backed by our panel of experts from across global offices at ADL. So allow me to introduce them one by one. Dr. Ulrika Silsted has decades of experience in healthcare across the value chain. She has a PhD in biomolecular interaction, has run a biomedical organization in Stockholm, was a CEO for several years, and she's a partner with the ADL office in Stockholm. Dr. Thomas Unger has come in from all across the Atlantic, from the US. He's had about 30 years of experience in pharma and across the healthcare value chain, has worked for companies like Pfizer to bring drugs into the market and work across R&D, strategy, and research. And we've got Joel Sjögren, I hope I pronounced that correctly, also from the Swedish office for ADL. Joel will be speaking about the role of technology within the healthcare space and the implications and how we need to then transform the way we think. And finally, Dr. Krishnan Reddy, he has been the founder and CEO of a group of hospitals called Care Hospitals. He's a trained physician and a cardiologist by training, and has run Care Hospital for many years. And the Care Hospital group has gone from 1 site to 14 hospitals across India, I believe. And he has created new companies in terms of medical technology and heart valve technology, and now is the chairman for the India office of Access Health, which is a leading think tank on issues of global healthcare funding, strategy, and health system reform. So Dr. Reddy is going to talk a bit about that, and he's had experience, I believe, with some of the people in the room and discussing your issues on how you develop your model of care as you go forward. So without further ado, what I'd like to do is introduce the duo of Dr. Ulrika and Dr. Thomas to talk to us about where they see healthcare moving in the future and the implications for clusters, the MOH, and Saudi Arabia.
Salam alaikum. thank you very much for inviting us here. Thank you for the introduction, Samir. It's a great pleasure to be in Saudi Arabia. It's my first time here. Samir made a very good introduction also of myself and Thomas. I don't think we need to go further into that. Tomorrow is not like today, definitely not. Just considering that all drugs, every single one that are currently on the market, will have gone off patent in 2030. And of the patent-protected therapies that will be on the market in 2030, about 60 to 80% of them are expected to be molecular or genetic by nature. That is something completely different from what we're used to today and will have implications on how we run our healthcare systems. 5G technologies, for example, will also be commonplace in developed countries, and this means that we can have really strong abilities to distantly monitor and collect data from patients that will be almost unlimited in hospitals, but primarily from distance, in home, elsewhere. So our ability to provide what we call ultra-targeted care is really becoming a reality. Today, as Samir said, we want to give you a bit of a view on how the future will look like and the implications for healthcare systems globally, and hopefully have an interesting discussion on then afterwards how you see that this will impose challenges for your ongoing transformation in Saudi Arabia and how you will be able to adapt to the needs of the future.
Good morning. Hope this is on. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. So the future is going to reshape what we do, how we do it, and why we do things. Everything that we're dealing with today and will come up on the horizon will affect a number of those things. We all know about the amazing attributes of biologics, immunotherapies. They are much more we're dealing with today and will come up on the horizon will affect a number of those things. We all know about the amazing attributes of biologics, immunotherapies. They are much more we're dealing with today and will come up on the horizon will affect disease. We're now beginning to enter into the attributes of biologics, immunotherapies. They are much more moves us into the ability to not only treating people with disease, but also going further upstream and actually prevent disease. So from a healthcare system, we're moving from one that the patient walks in the door with a problem to the needs and ability to actually prevent disease, re-engineer patients and things like that. The impact on the system then is that we have to think very differently about the products, services, and the way that we interact with patients, and the demands on the industry as well, on the healthcare industry. So that will begin to reshape how we do things. And as, again, a lot of the things that we're talking about now, we want to have maybe a greater discussion later on about what does this actually mean to you. So technology is the about now we want to have maybe a greater discussion later on about what does this actually mean to you. Moving into the area of 3D. So technology is the about now we want to have maybe a greater discussion later on about what does this actually mean to you. Moving into the area of 3D. So technology is the about now we want to have maybe a greater discussion later on about what does this actually mean to you. Moving into the area of 3D. So technology is the about now we want to have maybe a greater discussion later on about what does this actually mean to you. So how we actually begin to deliver not the human element of care, but some of the other aspects will begin to change. And then, excuse me, we're now also in a world where we can start thinking about printing organs. There was a paper just a few days ago, the first successful ability to print an intact mouse heart. So that's coming down the line. And if we think about what we're doing, transplants, we're thinking about a number of other things. A lot of these technologies will will usher out our old methods, heart transplants and others, into a new era where we can actually begin to manufacture those. Again, I would imagine the future initially will have some type of a model where there will be some centralized capabilities, but as the technologies, as everything evolves, get smaller and more compact, these capabilities can actually now be more distributed and done locally. It's the same thing with biosensors. Now we have an ability to actually implant biosensors and monitor patients in real time. As we move into 5G, that really will transform us. So we can do real-time monitoring of patients, so we don't necessarily always need to bring patients into a hospital for a physical evaluation, but we can now monitor a patient remotely. Again, that will reshape our perception of what does care look like. Do we have to have large hospitals, clinics, or can we now actually move into a world of remote sensing, remote manipulation? So diagnostics, and then delivery of drugs, a whole new world coupled with 3D printing. There will be a very different way of delivering care. So what this means, the why we do things is changing. Each of these things is going to be very wired to data. And again, as a healthcare organization, we're moving away from physicians and other types of things to actually engineers that are looking at signals, detecting hotspots and other activities. So this will become a core competency of the future, and it'll allow us to be more adaptive, more responsive to both to the patient themselves, our capabilities and resources, but as well as the pipeline of new products and services coming down. So the most important thing then also is your policies need to be adaptive. You can't spend a lot of time in developing very codified, very structured policies, because those will probably be outdated by the time you actually print and implement. And we can talk maybe in the discussion later on about some of the things that are going on outside about how people think about adaptive pathways, adaptive regulation, adaptive policies. So these have a lot of implications on the healthcare system. Probably the most striking thing, or the thing, if you think about what I've just been saying, is the future of healthcare is now going to be a world of combinations. There will be combinations of medicines, combinations of technology, and combinations of care providers. No longer will it be a physician and a nurse. It may be a physician, a nurse, a data scientist, other types of people involved in the decision making, so that in order to be able to ingest all of the data and then really figure out how one optimizes care. Again, these are going to be, require people to have an understanding of technologies, of drugs, engineering a process in order to do that, and then have an important impact on the competencies that one needs to think about. So as you think about not just within your clusters, but even further ahead, how do you train the future medical support in order to operate in a very, very different environment than what we've normally had? So the treatments themselves will be more complex. They will involve a lot more steps and activities, and require a lot of integration of things. The population is going to get smaller. So we historically thought about large populations, and we apply the same drug, the same treatment broadly. Somebody walks in, we give them the same type of drug, and we're done, and we're happy, and the patient kind of is happy. That's going to change. We're actually now moving to an N of 1. So every patient that comes in is going to be a very, very unique, not only genotype, genetic, phenotype, and so our ability to begin to analyze and really help that person is needing to be done on a smaller scale.
Sorry. And this genetic revolution that we are seeing is to very high extent driven by recent advancement in next generation sequencing technologies, NGS. And the cost for genetic sequences has decreased dramatically. In 2003, it costed almost $3 billion to do full genome sequencing. And now it is below $500. I've heard even as low numbers as 80. So this means the accessibility to the next generation sequencing technologies and full genome sequencing is increasing rapidly, and everyone wants to have access to it, as it opens up new opportunities both in diagnostics and also in therapy, but to predict an individual's predisposition for disease or response to specific disease. And this little comic here, it might be difficult to see. It is about DNA molecules standing in line, next generation sequencing facility want to do the full genome sequence, and this one is impatient and say, how long should I stand here? And they say, oh, hold on, guy, you should have seen how this looked 10 years ago. So it really drives a demand for access to the full genome sequencing, and this is important to be able to implement the new type of therapies in any healthcare system, to have the facilities and the infrastructure for genome sequencing and also interpretation of the results and the biomarker testing abilities. When a defective gene has been sequenced, technologies like CRISPR can come into play, and the defective genes can cure many diseases, so correct the defective genes. Due to its ease of use, cost efficiency, efficacy, safety, and also access to AI-powered nuclease selection tools, experts believe that the innovation based on CRISPR technologies will really accelerate. And we see this with clinical trials already started, initiated 2 clinical trials last autumn on CRISPR technologies, and the next one being prepared for to be initiated in 2020. And if these are successful and others in the pipeline, it is expected to be drugs on the market, or therapies on the market, I should say, more than drugs, already by approximately 2025. And this could be seen in the light of how fast this has gone. Compared to the first clinical study involving gene editing technologies with zinc-finger nucleases, it took 23 years from discovery to first clinical trial. CAR-T, which has a lot of attention now, both in industry and academia, took 16 years from discovery to first clinical trial. CRISPR technologies has taken only 6 years from discovery to clinical trial. Quite impressive. And much speaks for that just as fast or even faster cycle times of new technologies or medical innovation will be as fast in the future. And this, of course, imposes a lot of implication for healthcare systems, because you can't wait and see and have these long-term preparation as systems normally we used to have. Now the cycle times are faster, new therapies come much faster, and the healthcare systems need to adapt to be able to implement them and offer them to their patients. At the same time, we have the classical aging population and lifestyle changes that will continue to put pressures on healthcare systems all over the globe. And in 2030, the age population in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not that dramatic compared to many other countries. But diabetes and obesity, as you see the red figures here, are already burdensome and will increase the challenge for the healthcare system in this region. One would expect that that itself would then impose that the number of hospitals and physicians need to increase in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But as you can see, those figures are not red marked. And the reason for that is that today today's therapies may require quite many hospital beds and physicians. But tomorrow, the need may not be that large, as many of the new therapies and the patient groups would be cared for in a different way, as Thomas described, with new approaches that will be more nurse-led and outside hospitals, more telemedicine involved, and even curative therapies. Actually, we don't know. Will there be a diabetes population like this in 2030? We know that there are cell therapies under development that might even cure diabetes patients. On the other hand, there may be new chronic diseases coming up that we need to handle. So this we don't know, and we need to think in scenarios when we plan for the future.
So what will be happening is we have a change in how we are delivering medicines. We've come from basically a healthcare provider, a physician who was the master of the destiny of that patient. They made the decision what drugs, when, how, everything. We're now moving into a very, very different care pathway that is really an integrative care pathway. It is going to be a communication, it's going to be a balance, it's going to be an interaction between that healthcare provider, the payer, what's acceptable financially, what's value-based, et cetera, and then also policymakers. We talk a lot about that, and that's the reality. Those are where most of the decisions are going to be made. But one of the core components that we're constantly forgetting is there is a patient. That patient is also stuck in an antiquated model of healthcare. Their background, their perspectives is maybe that of a parent. What did my parent do? How did they get treated? Maybe a child. But what we have to move the patient forward in this new health innovation as well to figure out how to get them engaged, how to understand how the world and medical care is changing around them. So when we think about care pathways, one of the most important things is either to include the patient in that journey or make the patient the center of that. We talked a little bit yesterday and some of our other meetings about making medicines available. One of the biggest problems with medicines with patients is they're not compliant. And if we don't bring them along understanding that they have an equal role in controlling the destiny of the impact of the medicines and the global, the more larger healthcare environment, that they have to have a role too. So when we start thinking about care pathways, it's not just amongst providers, payers, and policymakers, but it's also thinking about that patient. And again, it is going to become a much more interactive, integrated type of dialogue. The other thing that we're moving in these care pathways is, again, from single types of interventions to thinking more about regimens. We will have drugs with different capabilities, different strengths, different needs based upon the state and stage of disease. So when we start thinking about policies and reimbursement and how we care, we need to think about the trajectory of disease, not just at a single date, a single period of time. So this brings us to the disease state, and we talked a little bit about this earlier. We are, as diagnostics, as genetics, and a number of other things mature, the disease states they're going to be separate disease states. There's going to be a pre-disease, there's going to be the disease, and then there's going to be a cure and or remission. And again, as healthcare providers, payers, and policymakers, those have very different implications. We may start having more costs up front as that patient is in a pre-disease state, but maybe that's worth it because we'll offset larger and more devastating costs later in life. But again, it has to be built into the thinking and the trajectory of disease. And likewise, the cures and remission. Cures and remissions will require ongoing monitoring. So it's not that you're just over the goal line and we're done, but it will require a different demand on the healthcare system. It may not be as intensive as treating somebody as a disease, but there will be other aspects that will be required of monitoring. And some of those can actually be done not necessarily by a physician, but by nurses or other types of things. The model of work is going to be changing, and as we've learned a little bit more about, your vision and your direction, you have some clusters. The model of work may vary between, and the question is, how do you identify and understand what is the best practice and then rapidly disseminate that knowledge? So thinking about, and that's a problem that we have everywhere in the world. This is a problem that is an issue in the United States with its very, very fragmented healthcare system, and I'm sure in Europe and other areas. But thinking about how do you determine what the best practice is at that given time, given the current therapies and treatment options, how do you validate that and then readily distribute it amongst either other clusters or other areas? These will obviously also drive very different changes in infrastructure than what we have today. We may no longer need as large of a hospital or a care facility as what we used to build. Maybe they are now more specialized, more technology-oriented, more integrated, and then we start building a more distributed network. The University of California at San Francisco, which I have worked with in the past, did a study not too long ago, maybe about a year ago, and they found that 2/3 of the patients that are in their hospital should never be in that hospital. And in fact, the mere fact that they are there, their outcomes are worse than if they were treated either at a clinic or remotely. So bringing people into a hospital is not necessarily the best thing. You need to understand who and how can we best treat them outside, and then reserve your capabilities and your expertise for those that are really in need. So we tend to look at things in a treatment pathway. And starting from the very beginning, this is really an end-to-end look at all the types of things that need to be done. And again, we are moving from a world where things were serial. You were referred to a physician, that physician then would send you out for a diagnostic, and it would be a series that takes a lot of time. The future is where a lot of these things are going to be done in parallel. You'll have experts in diagnostics, in algorithm development, in matching people genetically. You'll have physicians. So the treatment pathways will be done in parallel, or the analyses will be done in parallel and have a much more effective outcome. That also reduces variability. Treatment variability, I think, will be a big challenge. It's a big challenge anywhere. One hospital will have a different type of outcome based upon the treatment variability. And how can you use that variability to your advantage? That you want to encourage a little bit of variability in order to figure out how to improve, but you also want to restrict variability so that the outcomes are what you want. The shifting treatment models to higher capacity. So we're now moving to maybe more people that are pre-disease. We're going to want to see them a little bit more. That means we may see more people come into the healthcare system and demand. The type of needs that they have will be very different than those from the diseased state. Again, all of this will require a completely different type of coordination. And it's not unreasonable to think that as a provider or a provider system, there will be dashboards of that specific patient or the entire population that you're beginning to manage. And you have an ability to actually see how people are, their trajectory is changing, and actually bring people in and try to intervene earlier. So again, we're living in a world of a very different type of data being pushed, as opposed to you as a care provider or a payer system pulling data. So that can become our advantage. So let me do the last example here. So here's a CAR-T is a new treatment, a very successful treatment to treat certain types of cancers. It's important for the caregiving system to actually coordinate activities. The patient comes in with a diagnosis. If they're fit for CAR-T, that initiates a whole series of different types of events, demands on infrastructure, capabilities, and logistics. The blood is taken, so you need a facility in order to take and process, the blood. The blood may be sent to a facility that will process and generate the T cells that will eventually be reinfused. So all of that needs supply chain coordination, cold storage, a number of infrastructures that we're not normally used to providing right now. While that patient is waiting for those samples to be worked up, they still need to be on care. So there's a feedback to the care that say, while we're waiting, we still do need to treat them with current types of drugs. But that drug then also needs to begin to be washed out so that when the T cells come back. So it's a very difficult coordination of activities that is going to expand beyond just the single healthcare provider, the oncologist who's managing this. So people will need to communicate amongst each other, between each other, et cetera. There will be some facility requirements. There's not only for the patient, but also for the healthcare staff to prevent them from other types of instances. So again, here's a future therapy that's just coming out on the market. I think the US is the only one right now where this is implemented, but people are developing infrastructure around delivering this. Now, my caution here is this is for today. The future, CAR T will probably evolve and adapt, and maybe, like many technologies, that infrastructure won't be as necessary. So thinking about fluidity, adapting, having a system that adapts to accommodate these new innovations in a short term while they themselves continue to innovate and improve.
So these innovations have implications for healthcare systems everywhere. But if we focus for a second, at least, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, all stakeholders, the payers, providers, and the regulators are significantly affected and need to take this into consideration in the planning going forward. For the payers, the financing and reimbursement is an issue that needs to be handled well in combination with prioritization of new treatments to cover or authorize based on the needs and value. To do this, health technology assessment organizations need to be built up with the right capabilities on a national level. It's not only what kind of therapies that needs to be implemented or should be implemented, but also where. As we have said, many of these therapies are unique to a very specific or small patient group. And the capabilities, competences to handle these therapies, the infrastructures that need to be built around them, are so specific that no country can afford to have all these capabilities at every single region. They need to think of it in a larger context to how their country look like and where are the capabilities, where do you get access to the academic capabilities to support these new therapies. How do you build these models of collaboration? You also need to build new data analytics capability to assess real-world data to support policy decisions for accountable care. Real-world data is something that will be more and more important. And again, with narrow groups, you need to ensure that these therapies will also work. And it's built also very often into the compensation models and the payment models for these new therapies. Together with the providers, maybe one of the most important things to have in consideration is the competence build-up, the capability, skills, personnel. What kind of people do you need for future care? Thomas were into it a bit. We're talking a lot about doctors and nurses today, but there are new capabilities needed to support these new therapies. And again, no single healthcare organization can afford to have all these capabilities inside every single organization, but not only afford, also getting access to them. A lot of these resources is a scarcity globally. Data scientists, for example, is very difficult to find. Data scientists that are capable to the right extent, everyone wants them. So there need to be an effort to build up new collaboration models, nationally, regionally, nationally, globally. And ensure to have expertise for each treatment. Centers of excellence, build up those at specific centers, collaborate regionally, nationally, but also internationally. This is an opportunity, of course, if one is good at it, because everyone is having these challenges. So a country or region that has the ability to build these structures up can have something to offer also to other healthcare systems in other regions and countries. The hospital infrastructure need to be adaptable, which I think is quite important now in the transformation journey where you are currently in, not to get stuck in old-fashioned, costly infrastructures that are not fit for purpose for tomorrow's needs. As we said, a lot of the care will not be taken care of in the hospitals, but outside the hospitals. We know from many other countries that they are now building large, expensive hospitals that are not fit for purpose for the type of therapies and methods that we are talking about here. And they risk at standing there with very costly infrastructures that are not fit for purpose and will not be used, while at the same time missing the infrastructures that will be needed. For example, biomarker testing and full genome sequencing. There are initiatives in many countries and probably need to be considered also in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How should your genome strategy look like? Where will you get access? Where will you have your facilities? Where will you have your capabilities? Which universities will you collaborate or get the access to the academic centers? Singapore developed a collaboration with Duke University to get the right academic access, for example, when they built up their system. And with these new therapies, the academic interaction is more important than ever. So the diagnostic testing facilities is also an important thing. Today we have a lot of large centralized diagnostic facilities. Tomorrow's therapies will, to a large extent, require point-of-care testing, much closer to the patient, biomarker testing. For a cancer therapy, it may not be that difficult or problematic if it takes a week to get a response, but when there are therapies that are targeting to more acute diseases, you need to have the biomarker testing facilities closer to the patient. How should that infrastructure be built up to support these new therapies? So, and on the regulator side, the regulators, of course, is a challenge as well. They need to, at even higher extent than today, stay up to date with the ongoing technology and medical developments and impact, and also understand adaptive and digital therapeutic models. And as we said earlier, the pace is so much faster, so it imposes challenges as well for the regulators. And they need to expand the purviews of treatment regimens for procedures of the new medicines. And the last point here, assess and make decisions on safety signals for increasingly smaller populations will probably also require collaboration, not only inside a region and nationally, but maybe also internationally, because these patient populations for some of the diseases will be far too small to be able to have statistical relevance in the assessments. So we started by saying tomorrow is not like today, and that is also how we are ending. The rate of change is faster today than ever before, and tomorrow we are optimizing individual care versus today, to a large extent applying the same care for all. But we should also need to consider that individual care is regionally contextual, so it's not like it's possible to directly copy and paste from another region and think that solution is directly adaptable to another region. But maybe most importantly, waiting for others to develop, assess, and then copy and implement will not work because the pace is too fast. So you need to respond to this, to advance what we say in tandem, that is in parallel, to work together with others. Of course, learn if there has been learnings that are relevant for you, but otherwise work now, start planning, do it in scenario planning analysis. And this gives an opportunity for providers and payers to really contribute as much to innovation as manufacturers, because the data with the patient will be with the providers and the patients, and that data is extremely valuable and can lead to a lot of innovation that we see today mostly from the manufacturer side. So this is something to build an opportunity around, and particularly if one wants to attract industry, collaborative models with the industry is an important thing to think about, and could be an opportunity for you. And for the same thing, invest in human capital and adaptable infrastructure. The human capital is super important, and ensuring to have access to the right competence at the right time, not necessarily in-house, but have built a strategy around that is something that any healthcare system that wants to be in the forefront need to consider and start to think about now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ulrika and Dr. Thomas, for that insightful talk. So the future is changing. Who in the audience would like to ask and challenge those views, offer some insights, comments for Dr. Unger and Dr. Seelsted? Gentleman in the back.
Shukran. Thank you for that. One question. A lot of it's around the curative and future treatment models. What about best practice self-care? Given obesity and diabetes was two of the key initial focal points. Do you have any insights or sharing around what we can do better around just supporting people to adopt healthy lifestyles, and what is some of the international best practice? You may have some views on there, which may be a very cost-effective option.
I could start and Thomas could add. With the new technology development, there is an increasing ability for physicians and the healthcare profession to engage in population health. And it is important that the clinical profession has a responsibility for population health, not just having responsibility for the patient when the patient is in the hospital, but also to ensure that people, individuals, are not getting patients. So there are examples, for example in UK, they have stated very clearly that the clinical profession has that responsibility, and to engage in models where the physician or the clinical profession together with data scientists and other necessary competences are engaged in those models of people's health.
So I'm going to give you a perspective from a pharmaceutical point of view. So we've run clinical trials, we sell drug products, and we have a lot of data that have suggested that if patients are compliant, they will benefit. The problem is patients are people, people have bad habits, and many times that they're not compliant. So I think patients have as much of a responsibility and role in managing their disease. So I think this is what you're getting at, as everybody else, whether you're a provider, you're a payer, you're a national health system, whatever. And we need to find a way to incentivize or encourage patients to break those habits. I don't know if it's financial. I don't know if it's their support community. We've tried a lot of things. I can tell you a little example here. So I'm an advisor at a program at Harvard Medical School, and we're looking at what we call continuous assessment technologies. And what we found is the best way to modify and direct patient behavior. And actually, I think this was a diabetes program, if I remember. What they did was a large U.S. employer that has this disease has a fairly significant financial impact on them from a healthcare cost, but also from a productivity cost. And one of the things that they did is they developed an app. That app had 10 other people that were linked to this app. You knew who they were. You had a cumulative score in how well that group was treating their symptoms, their disease, how compliant they were either to medication, diet, activity. And then you also had a personal score. And all of a sudden you saw, the score of the group going up, and then sometimes the score would go down. Sometimes you would see that you were the contributor of bringing that score down. And so you, as part of a small community that you were impacting, that changed people's behaviors. So I think there are a number of different things that you can do that are psychological. Maybe this, you have a cluster of people that you have an affinity to. That might have been good enough. Maybe there are other types of incentives that you need to put in place that says your long-term cost to our system will be tremendous if you don't manage yourself. And there's some type of an incentive that way. Maybe it is, linking in family. But I think you're absolutely right. There are some diseases, and the worst ones are the diseases that have no symptoms or you can't measure. And they're not just behavior, they're just diseases that, people, statins, cholesterol, again, coming from Pfizer, the number of prescriptions that were renewed was 50%. So these are people that were diagnosed with a problem, but because they didn't feel anything, they said, I don't need to take it. So we need to think as a system, how do we help those patients earlier before their disease, or even if they do have some manifestation of disease, how to care for themselves, because it's their obligation as part of a larger goal. I hope that helps, but I think it's an important component that we think about, and maybe it links to the comment that I said before, which is we shouldn't be thinking about providers, payers, and policymakers. The patient is as important to this continuum as the other three are.
This question in the front.
Thank you very much. My question is on the health economic side of this, and how much of this can be applied at a large scale, in health, national health systems, etc. So what we know today is that here in Saudi, for example, year to year, there's a 6% increase in healthcare cost, maybe 3% in Europe. With these innovative approaches that you've just mentioned and where we're going, do you think that this will, how would that impact healthcare cost? Because there's always a question about affordability. How much of this can be applied to the public versus just very limited and for the privileged few? Thank you.
That's where the health technology assessment comes in a lot, to really assess the value of new therapy to a specific group and whether it should be covered by the national or an individual. We said earlier that no system can afford everything, and it's also, again, where should these treatments take place? It might be that some treatments should not even take place in a country, but that you refer patients to another country. So it's a combination of the cost of the treatment and the cost of keeping the competence, the facilities, the infrastructure in a country or in a region to afford it. But the health technology assessment is the critical component to really assess the value of all these new therapies, not the least by the number of patient groups, and then the total health economics around a specific therapy. Some of them are promising to be curative, and what will that mean in the full economic calculation? So it's a complicated question, and it doesn't have a simple answer, and every single healthcare system is struggling with these issues now.
Yeah. So again, I'll go back and give you the perspective from the manufacturer's side. And again, it's complicated. So the United States and Europe have economies where there are large medical device companies, pharmaceutical companies, a lot of companies innovating and creating value. So that is a critical part of the economy, the growth economy. On the other side, you have too much of that, and you're going to do what I think exactly what you're saying is how many million-dollar Bluebird Biotech is a company that's doing gene therapy, and they're trying to figure out their pricing. I think it's beta thalassemia. What I've heard, the price of that treatment is going to be somewhere between $1 million and $2 million, $3 million, right? Their calculation, and much that every other pharmaceutical company does this, they say, what long-term costs are we offsetting by introducing this therapy? So the long-term costs of beta thalassemia from a pure medical care is probably $3, $4, $5 million. Then you take a look at the contribution of that individual in the workforce, and you start adding that up, right? And all of a sudden, the math of saying, I'm going to charge you $1 million makes a lot of sense. The problem is how many million-dollar drugs can we afford? And it is a very, very complicated model. And again, as I said, if your economy is based upon this type of innovation, if you put a cap or some type of a limit on it, then you're going to discourage that innovation from happening, which will keep you. So I don't know if there's a good answer. There are a lot of people who've thought about different financing schemes. I think Joel, somebody sent me a paper on bonds. There's a few folks in the United States who are thinking about, for some of these high-cost medicines, push it more on the patient and let the patient choose, or at least for some of these extremes, and it will be in the shape of a mortgage. So just like purchasing a house, they will have a 30-year financial obligation to pay off their benefit. The other thing that we're seeing now also is in this value-based medicine, or pay for performance, which there's a target threshold that a company may say, we will guarantee this type of an impact. And if it's anything below, either there's no payment or there's some type of an indexed payment. So it's a very, very difficult question from a macroeconomic point of view, and then also from other point of view. But HTAs will become an immensely important area because there are limited resources available.
And they need to be on a national level to have the negotiation power and also work in partnership with the vendors or the manufacturers of new therapies to ensure efficient business models for these new types of therapies.
I think, I think you can also get creative with how you deal with this. If you become a development partner to a new therapy, you can access this. The manufacturer helps subsidize the cost because they're helping validate. So I think there's, again, this is a bigger question that one could begin thinking about, but if you had the right infrastructure, so one of the examples I was talking to Ulrika about this morning is South Korea. They engineered a very interesting ecosystem around their cancer centers, their data, their capability, and how so they were able to recruit patients in, the volumes of patients. They were able to have innovative suites to do things like CAR T. What happened is pharmaceutical companies in droves went to run their clinical trials there. So that gave access to that community in leading edge drugs at the pharmaceutical company's cost. They financially supported some of the treatments. So there's different ways, if you engineered a very attractive system, there might be a capability there's things to be creative about, maybe, as you have to look holistically.
But that is a very valid question, and maybe we can pick that up at the panel discussion as well with Dr. Reddy and have a more healthier debate. But that is a question that other nations are grappling with as well. It doesn't seem to be a magic bullet to it.
And sorry, one last comment, and Dr. Reddy will actually talk about this. I think if you are creative, there may be ways of engineering, products to reduce the cost, which I think he will be talking about. So 2 more sessions and you'll hear from him directly.
There's a question.
Thank you for this enlightening presentation. Talking about the future that will start now, to me, what you have presented is big dots that need to be connected together to have synergetic impact. Are you aware of any experience or study that address these futuristic intervention in a population that have impactful result? And the other one regarding the CAR T or CRISPR, I'm afraid that it will go in the same trap of randomized control trial, where they show impressive results at the trial level, but when they go to the real life, they face a lot of challenges. Even considering the HTA as a tool of evaluating that one, remember that we are evaluating the future devices by the old means. How the evaluation of these interventions together will remodel our way of thinking, our way of approach to diseases, especially in a relatively low cost per person, but with wide prevalence like diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease.
Do you want? Yeah. So, so the first question is, who's doing this, right? There are small pilots going on. I don't think anybody has rolled something out in a large-scale manner, but again, for CAR T in the United States, there are, I forgot what the count is, 18, 20 centers that are trying to do this. None of them are coordinating with each other. They're trying to, this is, I think everybody's striving to make this their claim of fame, also the ones who have figured out. So I think there are some interesting examples that of very, very small pilots, but I don't think they're going to be done on the scale or the integrated view that I think we've been talking about. They're done on a one-off, demonstrating that they can actually bring CAR T in and generate the results. But they're not thinking broadly, how do you bring this into a country or a region, something like that. So I'm not aware of anybody who's been doing it. Then you go have some other models, like the Kaisers and Geisingers of the United States, the NHS, Sweden is another one, where at a national level or in a larger, like the Kaisers in a larger organization, they're fully integrated care and they're testing, but I don't know that they're innovating. Well, the Kaisers and the Geisingers tend not to innovate what they try to optimize what they do now, and they wait for the new drug to come and have somebody else optimize it, and then they integrate. So that's that comment. Your second one, real-world data, is where it's going to be. CAR T is a perfect example. So I'll give you one example, and then I'll introduce another drug in a second. CAR T has been remarkably successful. CAR T is also remarkably risky. There are a number of patients who've over-responded, and now people have understood through real-world data that you actually have to generate attenuated versions of CAR T for certain patients. Don't know that. In our clinical trials, when we run clinical trials, it is in a, I won't even say an optimized, it's in a very restricted population. But when you introduce these things in the real world, you begin learning really quickly, which I think Ulrika mentioned, I think at the last slide. It's how do you do this surveillance? There's actually some AI machine learning tools that actually can ingest a lot of data and then begin rapidly to identifying outliers and give you some warning. So I think real world capabilities, data capabilities will be very important to begin to attenuate those signals.
I totally agree with everything that Thomas said. I'm not aware of these broad implementation initiatives of therapies, but the genomic medicine initiatives are many currently ongoing in several countries. In Sweden, for example, there is a governmental supported project or initiative to build up the genomics medicine infrastructure to ensure nationwide implementation of new personalized or precision therapies. And similar initiatives are ongoing in very many countries. In Sweden, it has been a specific focus to ensure the implementation in clinical practice, which also then involves the regulatory and the ethical surrounding these things, which is covered as well. So I think it's important to not see only a specific therapy, because you need to have the sort of basic infrastructure surrounded to support these new types of therapies. Then there will be specifics, as we've discussed, for each and every therapy and the treatment pathways and patient groups, etc., that need to be looked into different scenarios and how these populations will expand. We talked about diabetes patients earlier. I mean, for example, if these new cell therapies that are in pipeline will be successful. Today, the diabetes population is managed in themselves to a high degree and are also to a high degree with primary care. But if these curative therapies are coming into place, these patients will, of course, want to have them. And it is a large population that will then not run to the primary care center, but to the specialty hospital and demand this new therapy. And then there needs to be a prioritization order, and how do you encompass this in a healthcare system? But again, it needs to be built in a scenario planning, because we don't know yet if it will come, but when it comes, it will be a huge requirement for that kind of therapy. And of course, it is also good for the society if you can cure the diabetes 1 patients. So there are many considerations to do, and nations are thinking along these lines, but so far, from what we have seen, it is to a large extent piloting, both on the technology side, which Joel will speak more about later, but also on the therapy side, apart from these governmental initiatives on the more genomic testing infrastructure.
Just one added thought that came to mind. As you, and I'm sure you maybe have thought about this, but as you design and implement your clusters, they're reasonably small, a couple million people. So your signals are going to be small, but you need to think about how you leverage those individual centers and excellence across all of your clusters, and something like communities of practice. So people who are involved in whatever CAR-T actually interact amongst each other and share success stories and share issues or things that they've learned and observed. And I think those are going to become, I mentioned CAR-T in the United States at 1822 centers. I don't think any of them are doing, they meet at scientific meetings, but there's not really a community of practice. The NCI, National Cancer Institute, has a network of cancer institutes that are essentially appointed by the government, saying these are going to be our core areas where a lot of this innovation, early innovation, is done, and they're going to be the centers of excellence. They work in a community of practice. There's a lot of interchange, an exchange of data, knowledge, insights, and things like that, and that might be something to think about.
I saw a few other hands. The gentleman in the front.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to add, or I'm missing one angle of what you present, is that
with this, the increase utilizing this big data, the genomes, where we stand in terms of primary prevention. That's helping people to get engaged in their health and be aware of the risk that they will encounter down the road. And what, from your perspective, that prevent us from utilizing this data to help people to actually own their data and be aware of the risk that's waiting them down the road if they don't engage and empowered to get control of that.
So in the States, this has fostered a huge industry, and it's genetic counselors, where they I think genetic counseling is mandated by payers, that they will not subsidize any genetic testing or sequencing, et cetera, unless that patient has counseling ahead of that, so they understand what the implications are before they do it, and then once the results come back. And a lot of these counselors work remotely by telemedicine, so you make an online appointment and you interact online. You don't have to go to a facility, but they have a vital role in understanding, I guess, the ethical thing, but also then subsequently, what does this mean if I have a predisposition to a certain type of disease? Just one comment, I think as a scientist, people overvalue the role of genetics, because a lot of times it's not just genetics that are going to determine your outcome, but it's your phenotype, the other things that you do. Yesterday I gave an example of a medicine from BMS, an immuno-oncology drug, that when BMS ran these studies, they had immensely strong responders. They were wonderful. They were cured. They had this population of non-responders, right? So genetically, they were pre-screened genetically. They all looked the same. Somebody, and I'd like to find out who had this idea, they realized that there might be something different in the responders than the non-responders happened to be with the stomach. They transferred the bacteria from the stomach of the responders into the non-responders, and those non-responders became responders. So that wasn't genetics, that was your phenotype. There was some other aspect of your lifestyle, maybe in this case diet. So I think genetics is going to be important, but a lot of times your genetics aren't really what dictates what the incidence of the future disease.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Thomas and Dr. Ulrika. So moving on. So moving forward with the plan, keeping an eye on the future, what the next speaker will talk to us about is the evolving role of technology in healthcare. What does that mean? How does it impact how we deliver care? And also, he'll share case studies on what's happening on the ground in Europe today. So it makes it more practical as you're developing your strategies and your transformation to understand what's about to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, so that as you build your systems, you build them with flexibility and adaptability. So with that, I'd like to introduce Joel Skjolgren.
Thank you. Morning. Thank you for having us. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I'm here to... I've taught enough. I'm here to talk about the role of technology in health delivery. Okay. So I'm sure you've all know of the ongoing changes that are driving the new paradigm in healthcare delivery. We have the need for improved access to care. We have, as Thomas and Ulrika were talking about, the rising complexity of care. But we also have the increased expectation from the patients. And all of this is, of course, driving cost. Again, something I'm sure you're all aware of, but in the next coming years, we're the highest spender on healthcare are moving on to almost 16% of GDP. And in 2030, US is expected to reach 19%. So there's a high hopes that digitalization will be the answer to many of these challenges and enabling both the paradigm change and also keeping the cost down. But if we look back, we can see that, yes, it has, in the last 5 years, it has almost doubled what we're spending on health IT. But the big things are happening in the future. So there's a dramatic increase in health IT spending predicted. But why is that happening now? Why hasn't it happened in the previous 5 years? Well, in the last years, we have had several trends merging together. So we've had the patient digital maturity increasing dramatically. We've also had technological advancements, as Thomas and Ulrika were talking about, and scientific developments within, for example, mathematical theories, which in the 2-3 most recent years have formally exploded the artificial intelligence field. So where are we standing today, and what are the challenges from a digital perspective? I thought we could look a bit at Sweden, where we're coming from. We have 21 county councils, which are accountable care organizations, a bit similar to your clusters. Each one have had their autonomy to decide over all of their digital efforts. This means that we were very early on in adapting the digital change. Karolinska started the first EHR in the 60s. In the beginning of the 90s, all of the county councils and hospitals had EHR systems already. But this has also resulted in an explosion of number of systems. So as you can see here, we had more than 2,000 systems used, EHR systems across Sweden. Because in each county, the different hospitals could use different EHR systems. Even clinics within the hospital could have different EHR systems. And none of these could talk to each other, not even manually. You couldn't extract data and compare it and import it somewhere else because they viewed things completely different and registered completely different values. So this has been our greatest challenge. Yes, we have had a lot of value from this and optimizing the care up until now. Now we're stuck in a scenario where we can't take in the new technology and adapt it because we need to develop all of these systems and integrate each and every new technology in this. And this is not working, of course. So what has happened in the last 2 years, there's been nationwide large programs, or not nationwide, there have been programs all over the nation, but still each and every county has done their own procurement. But a bit by luck, it has landed in that we now have 2 different providers. We still have separate installations and separate configurations, but we have 2 large vendors that are helping us. And we have the last ongoing procurement in Stockholm and Gotland. And we are currently helping the region of Stockholm in this procurement. Just a bit background on region of Stockholm. It's a 2 million population, approximately the same as your clusters from what I gather. We have 6 emergency hospitals, of which Karolinska is the most well-known. We have approximately 50,000 active users in the current system. So within this work, we have tried to analyze the factors that prevent Stockholm from ending up in the same situation in the next 10 years. So yes, we're helping them procure a new system now, but we don't want them to get stuck within a vendor lock-in and the same system and a problem with accepting new technologies in the coming 10 years. So in this work, we've done interviews with healthcare organizations leading the digital field worldwide. Most of them are in the US. They have come furthest. But we've also talked to Singapore and some of those close by in the Nordics. And as you can see, all of those that we have talked to are approximately like us in size and also have accountable care organization, fully or partially. And what we saw in these interviews is that they've all come from similar challenges, but they've had completely different solutions to their problems. You see that they partnered up with different vendors in different constellations. But there's one thing that we saw across all of these organizations, and it's that they put the healthcare data in the center. So it will be the basis for creating the needed flexibility in the future. And this is what is leading to the innovation. So we've started, for example, seeing once you open up the data for external parties, we started seeing, for example, business-to-business advisors that build their entire business model on looking at the data and selling a service, for example, to a company to bring down their sick leave numbers. And that is, of course, helping the company reduce costs, but it also affects the cost on the public system. And what we've also seen, for example, in Intermountain, is that they've created different ventures. For example, they have Empiric Health, a completely separate company that has built the entire business model on the data that Intermountain Healthcare is gathering in their hospitals. And what they do is they run this through an algorithm, the data, where they can identify cohorts and variances in treatments. And through that, they can reduce costs. So over the last 4 years, just on the data from surgeries and the treatments after surgeries, they've been able to save over $90 million US. More than $150,000 on each orthopedic case in average. So what we're doing with the Stockholm region is working towards an architecture that looks a bit like this. It's built around a stable base. That's what we're procuring right now, which is the EHR or EMR system, but also has the health information exchange and care continuity and the patient engagement within it. But the next step is to get a very competent data platform in place. And this is, as you can see on this image, this is where we enable those things that Ulrika and Thomas were talking about earlier, precision medicine, population health management as well. And this is also where we create the ecosystem with external parties, small businesses, academia, large companies, pharma companies, all should have equal access to the data. There are, of course, challenges with opening up the data, but I'm not going into that right now. We can discuss it a bit further later on. But this is what creates the flexibility and the continuous innovation. So here we have the stable base where we partner up with one provider to help us continuously improve. But here we have the more fast-moving innovation. So what is health data? Well, up until now, or a couple of years ago, we're mostly talking about EHR data, clinical records, etc., and claims economic data, stuff that were needed to do value-based healthcare. But that's changing over time. And what we see in the future is that EHR data and claims data will still be a big part, but we have social determinants of health, device data, patient-generated data. We can also use AI to get insights from the unstructured notes within the journal that we haven't been able to do previously. So I thought I'd go into 3 examples here, what others have been doing based on this health data. So again, an example from Intermountain Healthcare. So they have built a tool that collects data from different sources. So you can see it's not only EHR data, it's also from visitor systems, etc. And through AI algorithm, predictive analysis, they can identify outbreaks of influenza. So here we can see a report. It's just a couple of weeks back. This is done in real time, updated every day or every week. So you can see the recent testing above there that have diagnosed influenza and where are we expected the new patients to come in. So using this data, you can adapt and schedule the resources accordingly. Sing Health, they have combined medical journal data and drug data into a prediction model. So they can see before they discharge the patient if they are expected to come back within 30 days. So they use this to plan the follow-up with the patients, and they also reduce the workload because the nurses don't have to go around and doing manual assessments. Johns Hopkins Medicine, they needed to improve their patient flow, especially in the emergency departments. So they built a complete command center, a room filled with screens, in real time visualizing the flows. They also had cameras around the hospital to see where the staff were at. And it collects data from all of their different systems and, as I said, projects it in real time. So what we see is that you need to consider when looking at healthcare technology is that you need to create flexible solutions that can adapt over time and all speak the same language so they actually can talk to each other. Where blood pressure is the same as a blood pressure in another system. And it's not that you're using the same unit, it's also that you have taken the blood pressure in a similar way. The patient has not been moving, they have been sitting down, etc. All of those informatics you need to really keep a track on. Also that you have ownership of the clinical data. Ownership can, of course, be the patient can own their data, but you, on a national level, will need to have access to it in order to do all of this innovation over time. And very important, partnering with providers, not only procuring solutions and subscribe to their changes in this. You need to really do this together with 1 or 2 or 3 larger vendors. And in order to be able to do this, you need to have a learning organization that can act as a strong partner to the different providers that you bring in. So, any questions on that? Sorry?
On the partnering,
Yeah.
would you like to share an example or several examples of successful partnerships with vendors
Yeah.
that might be of interest?
Yeah. I think one of the best examples is again from Intermountain, because they had a background where they had different partners. They had developed a lot of their, they were also very early on in the digital field. They had developed a lot of their different solutions on their own. But then they saw that we can't do this in the long run. We need to partner up with someone that can help us reduce our costs. So they partnered up with Cerner and just threw everything out that they already had and started from scratch. So what they did was go down immensely in digital capabilities. And it took them 4 years to get up to the same level that they were on previously. But now, together with Cerner, they have developed really interesting technologies. And now they are, again, leading the field.
Thank you very much. Just I want to ask about the patient accessibility to the data.
Yeah.
So what kind of accessibility methods that you maybe implemented in your example here?
You mean like patient portals and stuff
Yes,
like
yes,
that?
yes.
Yeah. So all of the different healthcare providers we were talking to had some sort of patient portal where they displayed some of the data. And I think previously there has been some reluctance to leaving out the patient data because the patient isn't knowledgeable enough to understand what they see. But that has started to change, partially due to the digital maturity of the patient, but also their ways of seeking knowledge and also what you're able to share on the patient portal is more like a knowledge zone where you can read more about your disease and what this means. And you can also have videos showing what you should do at home to again, better follow the treatment you've been prescribed. So there are a multitude of different ways to do it, but I think it's very important to have that sort of tool to drive the patient's engagement in their own care, and also, as we saw, where we actually get the data from in the future, where we can get more and more data directly from the patient.
Thank you for your presentation. People look to the artificial intelligence to improve the access and communication for the patient, especially from quality care point of view. But in the other side, will consume a lot of time, really, for the physician, especially when we speak about electronic file. And physicians or nurses spend more time, really, entering those data.
Yeah.
How you bypass this issue, especially it's very important whenever you have 30 minutes to spend with the patients,
yeah.
more than 15 to 20 minutes you spend in just entering the information.
Collected data, yeah. Yeah, that's not something that will hold in the long run. So in order to do all of the analysis previously, you will have had to extract all the data and put it into separate fields. But with AI, that's changing. So you can actually now, within some of these systems, you can use natural language processing, listening to a conversation between the doctor and the patient, and extract keywords and automatically fill out the journal. Then you just need to look through the journal and fix certain things, and then just accept it. So that's one of the tools. And it's still in its infancy. No one has really deployed this on a large scale yet. But that's something that's probably coming more and more.
Thank you for this presentation. I want to ask you about the smart hospital, this framework, the ADL. Is it a standard? Is there anybody who can help to implement? Is there like a practical experience with a company or a consultancy agency?
Yeah, we're using parts of the smart hospital within this procurement that we're doing with the region of Stockholm, but it's not centered around one hospital. We have, as I said, 6 emergency hospitals and also some other hospitals outside of that. So the thinking of the smart hospital is a part of that, to make sure that each and every hospital can function in a smart way. But yeah. Ulrika, maybe you can fill in.
Data,
sorry, just that because the smart hospital framework or smart healthcare framework, you name it whatever you want, because you don't necessarily need to restrict it to a physical hospital. As you will say, it's a lot about this thinking and the architecture that you saw here, because the smart hospital framework is all about the clinical operations, the outcome of the therapies, and also the patient engagement. So with this architecture, we can enable the clinical outcomes with the new therapies. We can add applications to operational improvements and also the patient engagements. And I was thinking as well, if I may add to yours earlier response to one of the questions here on the doctors and the nurses on interpreting data, because also decision support tools is an important part of this, which are being developed more and more for specific diseases. It's not expected that each physician, each nurse should be a hyper specialist in interpreting a lot of data that is coming in large Excel files or whatever format. So these decision support tools are more and more important the more data we're collecting, but the data collection, the data as such is getting enormous, not at least when you are getting also real world data implemented into the EHR systems, etc. So there need to be a structure built around all these new data generated to be a support to the physician and the nurse, and not just a burden, because that won't help anyone. So that is how we are thinking around this smart hospital, smart healthcare framework. To any engagement that we are involved in is taking the full picture. What are these digital solutions there to support? And there are many components into that. There is not one solution that will solve all the issues or all the needs in a healthcare system, and it's varying over time.
Thank you. And also taking into consideration patient information confidentiality and the exchange of this kind of data over a wide area network.
Yeah.
Yes, integration.
If I may answer
you
that
start that,
quickly.
I can add if we need.
If I just go back to this image, what we see is that this part is built on a vendor-neutral platform. So what we think we can do is, yes, we can anonymize data and share it. That's one part of it. But we can also build up the data platform where we get the requests from outside and run it on our data. And then we just need to make sure that what leaves the platform is anonymized and not breaching data integrities. So there's different ways to look at it and solve it, because those organizations we were talking to, all of them had looked into anonymization, automated anonymization, and it's complex and very costly. Sorry? Yeah.
Okay. There are also some initiatives on blockchain solutions for helping to solve this in healthcare. What we need, what we want to do is to ensure accessibility of the data, but we need to ensure the integrity of the patient. And these are questions, and the security around the data is really also somewhat that all healthcare systems are currently working on. We had a bit of debate around this yesterday as well, because there is also legislation around it. In Europe, we had recently had the GDPR, the it's the General Data Protection Regulation, which is integrity protection. And any legal law around these things tend to be very slow processes. So even the day it was implemented, it was outdated, because when they started to work with the GDPR regulations, none of this existed or was not in the pipeline. And now everyone is working with the data, and we understand the value of the data to drive forward medical innovation and new therapies for patients and the benefit for the patient. And countries in Europe have to start now to see how their GDPRs need to be adapted to support not the least research with this data, because that is, I think, one of the most critical components in innovation, is to ensure that the healthcare data generated by these patients, both in the clinics but also in real world, is researchable. And then, again, you need to ensure that the security of the patient and the integrity of the patient is protected, but that the researchers get access to the data and the content of the data. And those are the solutions that are currently being, again, more piloted than broadly implemented.
Yeah, but just to look at it from what Thomas and Ulrika said before, the data is essential in this. So we need the data. We can't say that, no, due to privacy issues, we can't share the data. That's central, that's what we're saying here. That's central of the future innovation and flexibility and adapting to new technologies. We need to solve it. Then the question is just how we solve it. But we need to solve it. Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Joel. Right, so from a future where care for the elderly is going to be a commonplace, the burden of disease, it's getting more and more expensive to maintain the delivery of chronic care. The patterns of disease are changing. We are making advancements in molecular biology, technology, and with technology, we're about to see a perfect storm where elements around AI, blockchain, big data, analytics, VR, AR, all of these technologies are about to hit the healthcare space in the next 5 to 10 years. So what does that really mean? And what does that really mean from a system point of view? Are there building blocks that we can put in place from an MOH perspective as we transform? And from a local Saudi perspective, how should we be thinking to make this transformation journey more efficient, better outcomes for the patient, improving that model of care, and transforming and reforming the health system? So to speak more about that, could I invite Dr. Reddy to share his views and also experiences from India and across the globe. Thank you.
At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health and ADL for giving this opportunity. Yesterday, I tried to address this issue in the light of the governance systems at a national level. I understand that the kingdom has already clearly articulated the vision and the strategy and the roadmap for an ideal state of the people-centered, integrated, value-based care. I try to articulate the need for the governance systems at a national level to enable this transformation. When I say the governance systems, it may be at the health policy mechanisms, how responsive are the policy mechanisms, as already articulated in the rapidly changing health ecosystems and the dynamics across the globe, is the policy making highly responsive and timely to bring about the transformation. So that was an enabling policy. It may be policy related to pricing, policy related to the procurement systems, the policy may be related to the human resource, education component of it. So I think the response when the dynamic policy systems, so that's one aspect of that. The health financing mechanisms in terms of what percentage of national resource a country can afford for this health of its people, given the other priorities of the governance. So that is the financing mechanism for transforming the system. The third element of the governance is in terms of the regulatory mechanisms. Do we have a robust regulatory mechanism for the insurance system? Because the kingdom is planning to transit to a health insurance mechanism. So is there a robust regulatory mechanisms for that, for the health insurance regulatory assessment? Similarly, is there a robust regulatory mechanism for the digital health? I think some of the concerns that are expressed in terms of the privacy, in terms of the standardization of the digital data, in terms of people speaking the same language, the interoperability, the portability, the personal health record systems which the person has the access to without impeding the privacy laws and other things. So that means you need a robust regulatory mechanism at a national level for the digital health system. And lastly, unless there is a robust monitoring mechanism in terms of what are the clinical outcomes, how the health system is performing at a population level, be it the longevity of the population, the disease burden of the population, the accident rates of the population. So at a population level, how the population is performing vis-a-vis at what expenditures this health system transformation is happening. So these were some of the governance mechanisms I articulated yesterday at a national strategy and a policy making level. But since today's conversation is with the clusters, leadership of the clusters, how to actually implement this transition to the value-based care. I think that's what I try to articulate based on our own personal experience in a healthcare system as a case example. The concept of value was brought into the focus. I mean, I think worldwide people have been appreciating the rising cost of healthcare, but it was powerfully brought into focus by the seminal article by Michael Porter in 2006, wherein he said value is equal to health outcomes that matter to patient. So there are two key elements in this. That means what matters to patient is very important. So the patient is brought into the focus, into the center of healthcare delivery. Many times we think we are giving the most superior clinical results and the clinical outcomes which patient may not appreciate or patient may not require it. Simple things patient may require in terms of access to a basic health care. You may not be looking at access to the advanced health care or the complex health care. So how we are able to achieve these outcomes that actually matter to the patient. So this brings to a patient-centeredness into the whole system, whole concept. And also it highlights the outcomes. The outcomes over the full care cycle. It is not just at a transaction level outcomes, but a full care cycle. That means if somebody has an acute MI, it's not ends by discharging the patient live. It also implies that are you preventing the future heart failure if somebody had already damaged myocardium? Are you preventing a second myocardial infarction in the next 1 year because he continues to carry that high risk of developing a second myocardial infarction in the next 1 year? So is the care delivery system actually taking care of these outcomes over the entire life cycle of this care cycle? When this is compared to the cost of delivering these outcomes, how efficient we are in terms of optimizing the cost of delivering these outcomes. I mean, one system may give outcomes at $100, but the same thing may be provided in an efficient system at $10. That means the value of the second system is 10 times more compared to the first system. So how do we optimize this value? In simply stated, the value is equal to quality by cost. It's basically value for the money that we spend. In the healthcare system, the quality has to be measured and expressed in the 3 dimensions. How safe is our healthcare delivery system? I mean, there are measurable parameters in hospital-acquired infections, wrong site operations, injuries. So there are so many well-measured quality indicators. So how safe our healthcare system is? For example, in a cluster, if you are measuring the entire quality of the healthcare system at the cluster level, are there methods of measuring these safety parameters? I mean, they are very simple to measure. They can be indexed based on their weightage, risk factor, and then each cluster can compare within the hospitals or between the clusters as a peer comparison. I mean, that actually motivates the clusters or the hospitals to perform to reach a target level of safety wherein we say that the hospital-acquired infections are less than the benchmarks, internationally accepted benchmarks. Similarly, the clinical outcomes, so they can be compared in terms of what is the mortality, what is the morbidity. For a given case, if somebody admits with, again, heart attack, if his predicted mortality rate is about 7%, but if you observe the mortality of 10%, that means something is wrong. So that ability to measure what is the estimated mortality at admission versus what is the observed mortality that is recorded gives you the quality in terms of the clinical outcomes that you are delivering. And third element of quality is more important is what is the patient experience in terms of the service that they have received. So these are 3 dimensions of quality that we look at as a part of value-based healthcare delivery system. Again, cost is expressed in the 3 dimensions. So one is cost efficiency. That means at what cost you are actually delivering a service. Is it the lowest cost that you are delivering a service without impacting the quality? Because sometimes you may try to reduce the cost, but it may impact the safety or the quality of the person. So how effective and how efficient you are in terms of the driving down the cost of providing a service. For example, diabetes, you can manage within a cost of $1 per month. You can also manage the diabetes for $100 per month per patient. So how do you achieve that efficiency drive without impacting the quality? So that is what the cost efficiency. That means, do you have costing systems in your delivery mechanisms, in your cluster level, which continuously monitors, not entire costing of the services, but at least the key tracer elements, that is key procedures or key diagnosis, how you, when you're managing these things, or a key service. For example, if I do an angioplasty, at what cost I'm able to do this angioplasty? The last is, of course, the cost to the patient, because once you make it cost efficient, the second element is the cost effectiveness. Cost effectiveness is relevant in terms of adopting practice guidelines. For example, if your practice guideline says that I will do a primary angioplasty for every heart attack admission, versus you say that I will do primary angioplasty for identified high-risk cases. Or I will adopt a pharmacoinvasive strategy. That means initially I give thrombolysis, then later I will do within 24 hours an angioplasty if required. So between these 3 guidelines, which is cost effective? When you say cost effective, if I treat 100 patients with this guideline, what is the cost to save 1 life? What is the cost to prevent 1 heart failure? What is the cost to prevent a future MI? So that is what is cost effective analysis. So when you put guidelines in your practice systems, this cost-effective analysis becomes one important factor, because when the scientific evidence looks at it, it only looks at the risk versus benefit, whether this methodology is beneficial compared to the risk that it poses. But when you evolve the guidelines for the country or for your hospital or for your institution, you look at, is it really cost-effective? That means it may be saving 1 life if you treat 100 patients with angioplasty. But the cost element, it may be almost $100,000 extra for just saving that 1 life. So at a national level, I mean, in the US, they benchmark dialysis. If you do reimburse the dialysis, that means $40,000 to save 1 life, that is the benchmark for any reimbursement system to accept that, okay, this will be reimbursed, this technology will be reimbursed, or this new technology will be reimbursed. So there is a national benchmark in the US or the Europe. So this is what is the cost effectiveness analysis of the 3 dimensions of the cost. So if we address these 3 dimensions of quality and 3 dimensions of the cost, and if your systems develop measurement systems for these things, I mean, they're not really cumbersome. They're very simple to measure. The data can be easily collected, and the managements of the hospital systems or the cluster systems can look at what is the performance of their system vis-a-vis the quality and also against what cost they're delivering. When you look at the drivers of performance, the conventional, this systems approach to the performance is well accepted in variety of manufacturing industries and the service industries. But when you apply to medicine, initially everybody used to think that the medicine is too complex to be subjected to this simplistic process engineering, which is adopted in the manufacturing facilities. But it is adopted in services, like for example, people say that the handling of the baggage in the airports, hardly one baggage gets missed for about 1 million transactions, that is 6 sigma level. But the healthcare operates at 1 sigma level. That means there are 12 mistakes for 100 transactions, which is not acceptable because that means the huge variation in the delivery system because we are not approaching healthcare delivery as a systems approach. We are still approaching the traditional method of doctor giving its own decision, his own management practice. Another doctor may not agree with this management practice, but can we really bring about a systems approach to medical care? So this is, I think, fundamental to value-based care. The shift thinking that it is not just a transaction level delivery system, but can we look at a systems approach, a process-driven approach to healthcare delivery? So when we look at this basic concept of any systems performance, there is an input, there is a process, there is an output. When you take input in the healthcare delivery context, you have human resources that are required to provide a service. You require material resources to provide service, and you require technology resources to provide a service. So that means you have an opportunity to innovate and optimize these 3 input levels so that your cost comes down. How do we innovate? For example, the material resources. At a national health governance level, at a policy level, do you have a policy for procurement at a national level, the import duty policy? Or Make in Kingdom policy. That means, do you have a policy to encourage indigenous manufacturing of some of these material resources, so the technology resources, so that the cost of imports can be brought down? So that is one level of cost reduction. That means you may have an opportunity, you can easily assess if you localize the manufacturing of some of the drugs and the devices versus importing these devices and the drugs, how cost effective it is, so how much cost reduction that you can make it. The similar innovation can happen in the human resources. For example, when you say human resources, our mindset talks only about the doctors, the nurses, and the paramedical people. But think about a dimensional shift. When we look at patient, somebody pointed out the self-care. So that means patient himself or herself will become a caregiver when they're empowered with the technology tools, application tools, that they can manage their own diabetes. And if they have education or alert mechanisms, they can also recognize their own warning symptoms. So that means you are co-opting the patient himself or herself as a provider. So it is what we call task shifting. From what a conventional caregiver does, you are shifting that task to the patient level. Or a family, educated family who can be easily trained in caring for the patient at home, which is the most, I think, preferred way of caring. So it's an unlimited opportunity to just shift your thinking that I have to produce more doctors or more nurses or more technicians. Why not co-opt the people themselves or the community? That means the frontline health workers drawn out of the community where they live. You can use the frontline health workers to deliver a lot of things. They can do your screening for the non-communicable diseases. by simple apps, handheld apps. They don't have to come to the hospital. The cost of coming to the hospital, getting screened for the NCD. So those things can be done by a frontline health worker, which is the most cost effective because they belong to the community. So this is the thinking shift in terms of the human resources. The same thing, the technology resources, there a lot of innovation can happen. I will give some few case examples how innovation can happen to reduce the cost to a level which is unbelievable. The next level of improvement happens at the process level. So when you standardize the care pathways, when you standardize the clinical practice guidelines, don't aim to standardize for everything on the universe. If you look at 80-20 analysis of any hospital or any primary care system, there will be hardly 5 or 10 or 15 disease conditions which account for 80% of the disease burden. So that means you don't have to develop 200 care pathways or 1,000 care pathways. If you develop one pathway, test it, validate it, implement it, design the framework, then you can expand to unlimited pathways depending upon the type of patients that system gets. Suppose a system gets more of delivery cases. That means then you have to design the care pathway for the delivery system. If your system is getting more diabetic complications, then your pathways are designed for that. That means you focus on those pathways which account for 80% of admissions, either in the emergency or in the outpatient or in the inpatient or in a primary care setting. In a primary care setting, it may be diarrheal illness, or it may be infectious diseases, or it may be accident, or it may be poisoning. So then you design the care pathway for these 5 conditions which constitute 80% of that. The output based on driving these input and processes, the output would be on the safety, the outcomes, and the patient experience. So this, I think, the framework, if this framework is adopted across the systems, you are on the way to transiting towards a value-based care. So in summarizing how to improve the performance of your existing systems, I mean, one advocacy will be that shift from the transaction approach to systems approach in thinking. Then adaptation of proven methods in other systems. I mean, there are many proven methods of continuous quality improvement, the Kaizen system, Six Sigma systems, and other systems which can be easily adopted to the healthcare. The third element, which is equally important, because most of delivery systems, they create 2 clear-cut silos, one on the management silo and one on the medical silo. Unless these 2 governance systems, the corporate governance system and the clinical governance system, they seamlessly integrate and work as a team. If they work as a silos with competition between the 2, the system will never improve the system. I mean, you can't imagine to improve the system if they work on silos. So there has to be what I call 2 in 1 box. So that means there should be a medical leadership and there should be a management leadership to drive this both corporate governance as well as the clinical governance. The fourth point is, should this motivation to transit towards value-based care, should it come from within or should it be driven by a payer system? I mean, when Michael Porter evolved this system, it was in the context of payer-driven value-based system. That means a payer can mandate the provider to become value-based and he will start paying for the performance, not fee per the service. So there was a shift from fee per service, which is not the ideal method of payment system, to payment for the performance. So that is what we call somebody is pushing you to perform. As a human being, when somebody tries to push you to perform, there is a natural resistance to that. Similarly, when somebody regulates you to perform, again, there will be natural resistance to that. But when it comes from within, when it comes from within you or a system or a hospital or hospital leadership, it has a long-term success because it has a solid foundation to drive this value creation. So I think, at the kingdom level, at the cluster level, I mean, you don't wait for that payment system to demand you to perform and give value-based services. So you can start these value-based services even without waiting for any regulation of the payment system. So for enabling these things, I think some of the fundamental things is how the leadership drives this initiative towards the value-based care, because this is very critical for the success. Somebody has to champion this transition to value-based care, and that comes only from the leadership. And also enabling governance systems to transit for that. The second is the people. I think the people element, the process element, the pathways element, the technology platform, which is a critical piece in this success towards the value-based care. And lastly, the performance measures. So how we actually measure the performance of the system and then continuously improve the performance of the system. So in the background, of course, all these, the back office systems in terms of the human resource management, the revenue cycle management, the supply chain management, the quality management, health data management, and the costing system. So any hospital system or the cluster system should have a robust mechanisms for these back-end support systems. So I just try to give 2-3 examples of how we try to do across our own platform, the Care Hospitals platform in India, how we try to implement some of these things at a system level across the group of hospitals. I mean, we are about 15 hospitals spread across 6 states in India, covering almost half of the population. So as I mentioned, so what we adopted is a process called as care process reengineering. I mean, just like people talk about business process reengineering for the back-end operations. So we adopted the same methodology for the clinical process reengineering. So always there is a program champion or the director in a hospital setting. So there has to be somebody to drive this program. There has to be a steering committee consisting of managerial staff as well as the medical staff, and the program management office to drive this change in a system. And normally what we do is we do the process mapping. What exactly is happening today in the system, right from patient's admission to the discharge to the follow-up. So when you map this exactly what is the process happening, you know where the situation is today. Then we articulate where it should be. If today the system is here, where it should be, we have to clearly articulate. So once we articulate where we want to move to the system towards, in terms of the value, then you create a roadmap towards that. It may be a slow process, but there is a clearly articulated roadmap to achieve that system. As I mentioned, we look at 80-20 analysis of presenting diagnosis. So when we looked at it, when we say presenting symptom, I mean, because in emergency, they don't present with a diagnosis. They present with chest pain, they present with breathlessness, they present with abdominal pain. So at that point, what is the care pathways you have to use? So if I say that in our own system, there were 20 presenting symptoms, which are the commonest. So then we create the care pathways for these 20 presenting symptoms, how the system should respond if somebody presents with a chest pain. So by designing these care pathways for chest pain, what happens is you are bringing uniformity of care, uniformity standard of care across the entire system. It does not depend upon which doctor is on duty that day or which nurse is on duty that day. If it depends on the care pathway to be followed, that means you are narrowing the variation in the system to a minimal level. So whoever enters this system, irrespective of who is present in the front end, they should be receiving the same standard of care. So the same thing we apply to 5 acute diagnoses. I mean, acute MI, acute stroke, or multi-organ dysfunction with sepsis, polytrauma. So these are the 4 or 5 diagnoses which were constituting almost 80% of emergency admissions. So when we standardize these pathways for these 5, we virtually standardized most of the pathways. Similarly, we looked at 5 elective procedures. Then 5 chronic diseases which require a standardized pathways for lifetime. That means chronic heart failure, chronic kidney failure, chronic liver failure, chronic pain management, and chronic lung disease. I mean, these 5 conditions, if you standardize the pathways and the programs, you have virtually achieved a system level improvement for the efficiency. Then we created structured data forms as a part of registries. I mean, you have a registry for acute MI or acute stroke. You are collecting the data in a prospective way. I mean, for all these things, you don't require sophisticated IT system. IT system, if it is there, it will enable much efficiency in the system. But if it is not there, it can still be done by simple Excel sheets and simple manual things also. So don't wait for your IT systems to be in place before you initiate this program. You don't require that. I mean, many continuous quality improvement programs were existing even before the IT systems were there. So you don't depend on that. So because one of the excuse people give, the provider systems give, is that I don't have IT system to do this. So don't wait for that IT system. You can do it without IT systems. Then you monitor the compliance and the performance measures, and then you apply the PDSA cycles. So key learnings from some of these programs. I mean, what we attempted to do was, by attempting this, starting with one pathway, expanding it to 20 pathways and 10 diseases across the system. So we started with one pathway in one center, standardize the framework, standardize the people's training, standardize the processes, standardizing the data platforms and the measures. So once you standardize for one entity, that entity can be scaled up to 100 entities because you standardize the framework. So don't aim for 100 pathways in one go. I mean, you just aim for one pathway, successfully implement it, design the framework, and then expand it. So then automatically it scales up across the system, entire system, across 6 hospitals or 7 hospitals within the system, or 20 primary healthcare centers within the system, or 5 emergency centers, receiving centers. So it can be spread across the system. So start at a nucleus and then spread. And it need not start at the head office or start in the main hospital. Sometimes a lot of innovations can happen from a small hospital. So there has to be a cross-learning mechanisms from small hospital, then how you can take back to the main hospital. So this peer comparison and the peer ranking within a given system is a powerful motivator to perform. More than any other incentive. I mean, if there is a recognition, there is a ranking that this cluster is first rank on these parameters. So that's a powerful motivator. So that's one more method of driving this system. As I mentioned, enabling IT support is very, very important, but at the same time not essential. And there has to be a culture of continuous learning in the system, and there is one more thing that, at least in our own experience, and most challenging in your experience also, will be how do you change the people to adapt to these improvement systems. So that will be one of the important challenge. So where the behavioral sciences, especially changing the physician community, that's why most of these initiatives, we initiate nurse as the leadership actually. If you use the nurse as the leader for bringing about these changes with physician supporting. Most of these improvements, if they have to be driven by a physician, many times we face a lot of challenges to get the compliance and other things. So that's why we attempted nurse-led models to drive these systems. And once we achieve these learnings, I mean, then how to institutionalize these mechanisms. So you create certain quality cells within the organization, quality nurses within the organization, somebody who is prospectively analyzing the data and giving the necessary feedback to the respective stakeholders in institutionalizing these learnings. So this was a horizontal way of driving the delivery systems towards a value-based care. Then within these horizontal systems, how we can develop the vertical systems around a disease management programs. So this is another method, because horizontally within a given platform you are developing the system, but for most of the diseases, since they are lifetime and they're chronic and they require continuity of care, it is not just they have to be cared for in the hospital setting, but they have to be cared for out of hospital settings in a continuous basis. So how do we drive this care continuum using some of the disease management programs? So we developed programs for CVD prevention program, which starts from community level screening to their entire life cycle of monitoring for the risk factors like diabetes, hypertension, and smoking, and monitoring for development of new cardiovascular diseases. So this is developed as a vertical program. Similarly, we developed for acute coronary syndrome, that is STEMI care program, heart failure program, and the diabetes program. And these were some of the examples of disease management programs. but the framework against all these disease management programs was same. So what we did is, as I mentioned, it was a nurse-led multidisciplinary programs. So for example, the heart failure program, there is a heart failure nurse, there is a diet counselor, there is a medical social worker, there is a yoga therapist or a physiotherapist, and a behavioral person. So these are the 5 people team who are trained specifically for detecting heart failure even before they are symptomatic, and they are trained in clinical assessment, they are trained in investigation planning, they are trained to collect the data prospectively into the registry and enter the data, and also they are trained to follow up the patient when they go back home. And sometimes these nurses also visit the patient at home. Thereby, you are creating a continuity of care. That means the same patient throughout the life cycle is going through a standardized way of caring. And the patient is counseled for his own care. For example, for heart failure, they have to just measure their weight every week. If the weight increases by 2 kilos, that means they are collecting fluid. So then they are counseled that you increase your diuretic because your weight has gone up by 2 kilos. That means you are likely to get decompensated and get with acute decompensated heart failure and get into the emergency. So by this counseling and training the person or the family member to weigh the patient every week and detect the impending decompensation of the heart failure, you are actually preventing rehospitalization. So each hospitalization costs 100,000 rupees. That means by preventing one rehospitalization, you are actually minimizing the cost. I mean, if a novel drug reduces rehospitalization by 20%, we say it is highly effective. But these programs have the capacity to prevent rehospitalization by almost 50%. At a minimum cost compared to some of the new technologies. So then we have the care pathways which are designed on the principle of care continuum from ambulatory to hospital to ambulatory. Then there are prospective disease registries for the heart failure. For example, we have heart failure registry where we already empaneled about 10,000 patients in the registry across our system. So this 10,000 patients gives enormous data in terms of standardizing these things. And customized clinical practice guidelines, we customized our own IT platform, IT app system for this, in-house developed IT system which can capture for the web-enabled system. We also created a physician portal so that he can monitor his patients, what's happening against the parameters. Then we have a patient portal where patient can input the data. The data may be that they may be getting diagnostic test outside, so they can input the diagnostic data. So by inputting the data, you are actually capturing data even outside of your system. So that becomes a very handy tool for the patient to improve his own care. And there is a robust, so the IT system provides us dashboards. For example, in the beginning of the program, if the beta blocker usage is 50%, during the course of the program, it should improve to 90%. We talked in the morning that the compliance of the drugs. So by this simple method, I mean, it does not involve even the cardiologist because this team is complementing a clinician. So it is not a threat to the clinician, but is complementing the clinician who may not be able to spend the time in non-medical aspect of care, which have the most powerful outcomes. So the outcomes we could demonstrate objectively and scientifically that the variations of care were narrowed down. Then the evidence-based practices, that means for a heart failure, if the beta blockers are used, or ACE inhibitors are used, or aldosterone antagonists are used. So there are 4 drugs that have to be used on heart failure. So what percentage of patients are on all these 4 drugs at the end of 6 months or end of 3 months? So initially, when we started the program, it was only 40%. Only 40% of the patients were taking evidence-based therapies. But within 1 quarter, that could be improved to 80% or 90% just by the reminder systems, systematic telephonic calls every week or every month or every quarter. I mean, these are the simple tools you can drive the efficiency and the value of the system. And mortality reduction was 30%. So this was based on the baseline prediction. I mean, there are scores are there. Heart failure algorithms are there where, based on the patient characteristics, you can predict what is the expected mortality in 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years. So against that, we benchmark and then compute what happened in the last 1 year. So if the expected mortality was 10%, but our program could reduce it to 7%, that means I have a 30% reduction in the mortality. Now that's the most powerful reduction in the mortality in terms of any system, any new technology. And we could demonstrate the scalability. So this program was started in one center, but not only we could demonstrate the scalability across our entire 14 hospital systems, but now we are driving the program across the country. There are many institutions across the country who are coming forward to replicate this system using the same framework. So we not only scaled up across the different institutions, we are able to use the same framework for designing the diabetes care, designing the STEMI care, designing the chronic kidney disease management. So it is a proven methodology to drive efficiency and to drive value-based care. Finally, I think I will give a small examples of what happens when you get into the insurance payment systems, because I think you are migrating towards health insurance payment models in the future. I will give example from our own system. I mean, for a bundled payment for bypass surgery. This is the public health insurance system where the below poverty line people are covered by the government free of cost. So what it does is this program stipulates the price is capped at 100,000 rupees, that is equivalent to $1,500 US dollars. So that is the cap. And it is meant for full cycle of care. That means including the screening, angiographic confirmation, preoperative evaluation, the operation, post-discharge follow-up, and treatment for 1 year, including management of any perioperative complications. So this full cycle of care, the capping of the bundle payment is about $1,500, which I think by any imagination, it looks very impossible. So then what the system did in terms of the innovation to meet this demand, this is one method of driving the efficiency in the system. So what we did is to optimize the resource utilization. That is what I said. How do I optimize the inputs? We started using the quality generic drugs. That means we shifted from branded drugs to quality generic drugs. So we did not compromise on the quality, but the cost was 50% lower compared to the branded drugs. So you are not compromising on the quality and safety. Then in a bypass surgery, we use equipment to do a beating heart surgery. That means we try to stabilize the heart using an equipment, which itself cost about 80,000 rupees compared to the bundled payment of 100,000 rupees. Then how do we make it possible? Then we have to innovate in terms of how to reuse this material without compromising the safety. That means we have to standardize the re-sterilization procedures and testing for the viral markers, the biomarkers, screening the patients also for the biomarkers, and then reusing that and monitoring whether there is any compromise on the safety. Once you establish that there's no compromise on the safety, because there's no other way, I mean, this is only one innovation. The next level of innovation that we went further is, so if government regulates that it cannot be reused, at the same time it says that you do surgery within $1,500, what can we do with that? So the next level of innovation that we attempted is, being a manufacturer of medical device, what I did is, the component of the device which comes in contact with the blood or the tissue fluids, that we made it disposable. The component which does not come in contact with the blood, which is the heavy metal piece which is stuck to the table, that which is easily autoclavable, that we made it by steel. So there is a steel component, there is a polymer component which can be attached. So that means every patient you can dispose of the component. So by this, we reduce the price from 80,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees. So this is the innovation. I think people have to innovate when you have no choice. I mean, you can afford only this much. Then how do you innovate? So that is, I think people, you were commenting yesterday, the reverse innovation is this. So it is a need-based innovation. It is not an innovative culture, but it's a need-based innovation that we can't afford the surgery. So still, we cannot deny a patient because it's life-saving for the patient. Then how do you innovate and make it possible? So this, I think any system should come out with this innovative methodology to address some of the cost issues. And standardized care pathway, and also we deployed physician assistants. So we trained the physician assistants to assist the cardiac surgeons. I mean, this is a standard practice in India now. They can isolate the venous grafts. And they're certified to isolate the venous grafts. I mean, this is followed even in the US. I think the physician assistants, as a part of task shifting, because if you have to appoint an assistant cardiac surgeon, he's 10 times more expensive compared to the physician assistant who can do that. So this is the innovation in terms of the human resource optimization. And we standardize the care pathways and protocols to minimize treatment variations. In fact, we used 10 programs, bypass surgery programs, to compare who is using the least resources for each process step. Who is using the least resources of sutures, who is using least X-rays, least ABGs, and then trying to compare what are the outcomes of them. If the outcomes are not compromised, can other systems follow that? So that was one method of using it. So then we also monitored the prospective bypass surgery registry to see that the quality is not compromised, our safety is not compromised, and outcomes are superior, while the cost is almost reduced by 50%. So that's a way of attending towards the value-based care. But however, these systems have unintended bypass side effects, which I think since you're migrating towards that system, you can put in place beforehand. For example, the selection bias comes into the picture. So certain provider systems try to avoid complex cases. So that, how do you overcome that? Some compromise on the safety and the quality. So the corrective steps is redesign of benefit packages using scientific costing, incentivizing superior outcomes, mandating minimum quality assurance standards, and improving fraud detection in the medical audit system. I mean, some of these things which have to be adopted at the national level. So finally, I think in conclusion, I focused a lot yesterday, but what are the national level institutional mechanisms to drive value-based care at a delivery level, at a cluster level? Because the process reengineering and the process innovation and those systems approach that you can do at a cluster delivery level. But there also the need for a national institution for these things to be enabled and driven on a continuous basis. So there has to be Institute of Health Systems research which continuously monitors some of this dynamic evolution and then guides the clusters to how to modify their delivery systems. In the morning, I think Institute for Health Technology Assessment at a national level is important because any new therapies or new technologies or new implementation plans, new strategies, they have to be subjected to the cost effectiveness analysis, affordability analysis, prioritization analysis, the social aspects of it, the cultural aspects of it, and ethical aspects of it. I mean, the health technology assessments looks at approving or not approving a strategy or a new product or new technology based on this multidimensional approach, not just based on cost effectiveness, but multidimensional approach. Then there has to be Institute for Clinical Practice Guidelines, just like NHS has the NICE, National Institute for Clinical Excellence, which articulates the practice guidelines for the entire country. I think the kingdom should have a National Institute for Clinical Practice Guidelines, which are updated on a periodic basis. There has to be a health insurance regulatory authority. There has to be a national digital health authority to regulate the digital health, because in the future that is going to transform healthcare. And there has to be a regulatory mechanism for putting the standards in place, interoperability standards, privacy standards. So I think these 5 institutional mechanisms are essential for your transformation towards value-based care. So in summary, I think clusters offer an opportunity to develop people-centered, integrated value-based care. The leadership of each cluster should drive the culture through stakeholder engagement. I think any of these drive, there has to be a continuous dissemination and articulation with all the stakeholders. That means the patients, the physicians, the nurses, the technicians, the managers. So across the organization, I think there has to be a lot of communication and stakeholder buy-in for this type of transformation. There has to be institutional mechanisms should be built for continuous performance improvement. And finally, there has to be enabling national institutes to support this ongoing way in a responsive way. So these are, I think, some of the summary methods based on practical experience of transforming a healthcare system and building the frameworks for evolving into a value-based care systems and integrated care systems. Thanks for the listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy.
for this insightful talk. At this point, before we break for the coffees, are there any questions for Dr. Reddy? Yes, please.
Do you have or you adopt any successful mechanism to assess your system on a regular basis in order to make sure that you are on continuous basis meeting the critical issues or critical needs of your society? Like, are you waiting for declining performance, or you are anticipating things? And the other thing about the governance and leadership. Have you done anything to overcome those silos, and to avoid the hierarchical governance in your institute? And what kind of leadership styles that you really genuinely encourage?
Yeah. Taking the second question first, I mean, that's one very, I think, the critical success factor in terms of how do you develop the leadership system, not in the hierarchical system, but more in terms of the horizontal flat systems. When we say leadership, I mean, the leadership can come from a nurse, actually, who want to drive safety parameters. For example, she want to reduce hospital-acquired infections. And if somebody is passionate about that, so they can be designated as the leader of that program, the champion of the program, because they are driven to perform and reduce that. And once we assign that champion, for example, the heart failure program, I was the champion. So then the board gave me the permission and empowered me to drive the program and give me the needed support. So the administrative system, I mean, if somebody is coming up with the championing of this idea, I mean, one is the top drive approach. That means you articulate all these things in a prescriptive fashion. You say that you expect everybody to follow, which many times will not succeed. Even if it succeeds, it is temporary. But the leadership which encourages the bottom up, that means the front leaders, the people who facing the patients actually, if ideas come from that front end, and those ideas are encouraged, and some of those people are given the leadership for that program. I mean, you're not altering the architecture of governance, but at the same time, that culture of encouraging the leadership. A department head may be leading that program for a chronic disease management. So, and also, it is not enough to designate somebody as a champion. Many times these programs fail because the support that is required to make it successful. So that means there has to be buy-in both from the top as well as from the bottom. So, and the peers also. So that is one area where right from the beginning, how you communicate for a variety of stakeholders. So that is an important step that you take. It may take 3 months to communicate, but it's worth time spending, because if you start off without communication to all the stakeholders, for example, in the emergency, you want to start a care pathway for the chest pain. You haven't taken into confidence the cardiologist or the emergency in charge or the emergency nurse who is there, or the technician there, or the administrative manager who is manning the emergency. So if that means any communication, who is actually going to be impacted by this initiative? Once you list out all those people, then ensure that you communicate them and your ability to listen to them. You may not change the program, but at least your ability to listen, and if necessary, make alterations in the program if that suggestion is valid. So that receptivity for suggestions, receptivity for the dialogue, I think that is very, very critical. We may give entire technology, we may give entire funds available, but if we don't take care of the people behavioral factor into consideration, we may not succeed. So, in fact, one of the program management office team members should be a people manager, I mean a people psychologist. Which type of person, suppose a head of the department may be a different personality. For that personality to bring about a change, what type of tools that you have to use in a personality who is resistant to change. So it is easily said as a framework, but in the ground level translation, these are some of the elements which have to be fine-tuned, or some of the help can be taken by institutes which have gone through these things. For example, the Cleveland Clinic or Mayo Clinic or some of the KSA systems, or at least our own experience. So there are experiences, because we may have taken 4 years to stabilize this process, but based on the learnings, that can be shortened by any organization which is venturing onto this pathway.
There's a question there.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna, for this journey where you took us for the last 25 years with the expansion of your hospital care from 100 bed to 1,500 bed. So I would like to congratulate you really for this excellent, amazing work. I have two questions. Maybe the first part was already touched, because we do have issue with changing the culture, and we do have issue with resistance, which usually happen with every transformation or everything coming as a new for the colleagues. So you did answer part of this, so if you can just expand in the answering of dealing with resistance and changing the culture. And the second question, in transforming to a value-based care model, what are the quick wins we can do?
Yeah. The two things I will answer. In the first question, again, repeating the same thing, changing the culture. How do you change the culture? I would simplify from the human perspective, human being perspective across the globe. There are only two things works in terms of the people behavior. Okay, that is the craving for pleasure and aversion to pain. Okay, so if you really want to bring a change, either you incentivize, so you are catering to that pleasure mechanisms, or you punish. I mean, these are simple methods, but they worked, I mean, across the globe. But there are also now advances in the behavioral sciences. I think the scientific advance in the behavioral sciences, the cognitive behavioral sciences, how actually using these scientific tools, we can achieve a change in a people at an individual level, or even at a body of people. So it is not simple. In fact, more and more this aspect is being talked about more in terms of change management than providing technology, providing pathways, so those are much simpler aspects of it. The second element of changing the culture is you change, because you need that crystal, catalyst to change. So that means you need to have a small group which is amenable to change. So as I mentioned, suppose I start making this transition process. We made the transition process using the nurse-led teams. So when we started using the nurse-led teams, one good thing about the nursing as a community is they're highly disciplined. They don't have egos, actually, unlike physicians, right? As a physician, we have a lot of egos. So when you start demonstrating the success of this program using a nurse-led, for example, when I started the heart failure program, my cardiology colleagues were very skeptical that it will succeed. But when they started seeing the results, because the results were shared in academic sessions in the morning, that this many people are enrolled and this many people have been able to improve their compliance with the drugs, and these are the outcomes improvement. That is the way we can convince, because most of the physicians get convinced only when there is a rational scientific evidence that they have. If you tell that this is the policy, you have to implement it, there will be huge pushback. So as a clinician, I had an advantage of being on the administrative side, also on the clinical side. So as a clinician, my psychology is that suppose I'm a manager and I have an idea. As a manager, I will tell the clinician that this is your idea, not my idea. Okay. That means the clinician should feel the idea came from him, not from the administration. Okay. Then you will have a success. Then the environment, suppose a clinician typically, since they are intelligent people, knowledge people, they want to self-actualize some of the ideas. they have bright ideas and they want to self-actualize. So does your system actually permit that type of innovative thinking, a creative thinking of those 5% of the physicians whose need is to think creatively? So do you have a conducive culture, environment, or the system level environment to enable that? So this is, I think, one critical piece in changing the culture. I mean, these are some of the, at least, learnings that I had in the journey of this transformation. But there are scientifically laid down tools in terms of how to bring a change in the people. I think a lot of books and talks are there. So a lot of methodologies are there. So I think that addresses the culture issue. And second thing, the quick gains in the journey towards the value-based care. The quickest benefit that you can get in terms of the value-based care is rolling out a NCD prevention program across the country in a structured way. So if you screen entire population above 30 years of age, I mean, the cost of screening, because it's mostly the questionnaire based, hardly any tests are required, which can be done by point of care diagnostics. At least in our own model, the cost of screening is hardly $2 per person. And you have a robust program as to do the risk assessment based on the initial level screening. Then based on the risk assessment, what percentage of these people are amenable to preventive strategies, then put them into preventive strategies using allied health professionals or a nurse in the field. You don't require the physician community for that. And then you continuously have a mounting mechanism, just a telephonic follow-ups with them. And this investment into this simple program across the country, because it starts addressing multiple aspects of it. It starts addressing how do I reduce the obesity in the population? How do I prevent diabetes in the population? Or if there is a diabetes, can I standardize the care of diabetes in the population? So my quick answer to the question, the most effective value-based intervention is NCD prevention program.
Okay. Any other questions? So just a few points then before we break for coffees. I've noticed that people are taking photographs. We're always happy to take for you to take photographs of the slides, but I did also wanted to say that we'll be sharing the full presentation with the audience after the event as well, so feel free to do that. The other and we will have, I've been reminded, thank you very much, is that we have a live feed which is being broadcast on a YouTube channel, and this will be recorded and made available to anyone who wants to view the event and the content at a later date. So with that, just a quick time check, it's 11:45. If we break for 20 minutes for a coffee, would that be sufficient time? And then we can come back and go into a panel discussion with the speakers on a more interactive format of Q&A and discuss how the changing landscape of Saudi Arabia in particular, in terms of regulation, in terms of the TPAs, funding, the models of care and the transformation journey that you're undergoing, how that's going to be impacted by some of the thoughts and changes that are happening globally and that are going to be hitting Saudi Arabia from a contextual point of view, what we need to do to prepare for that next stage, the building blocks and systems we need to maybe retool and that need to be put in place, the culture change that needs to happen from not just a clinical point of view, but also from a patient and people point of view, the integration across the system, all of those issues we'd love to discuss with you in the panel discussion following the coffee break. So 20 minutes. See you then. Thank you very much.
Do you have a preference? You have a preference?
You can sit in the center. No, you can sit in the center.
No, I'll sit here. That's fine.
Okay.
And you're joining us tomorrow too, right?
Yeah.
And then fly out tomorrow, or are you?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, so welcome back, and thank you for joining us for the panel discussion session of the event. So we've got Thomas, Dr. Reddy, and Ulrika as the panel guests. I'll be trying to facilitate the session. What we'd like to do is sort of switch the tone of the event slightly and get a bit more interaction and back and forth discussion with the audience, because really this event has been organized for the Ministry of Health, for your benefit in terms of us sharing our knowledge and insight, but also you will have questions, challenges in your mind that you would probably want to probe the guests and the speakers with. So maybe I can open it to the floor as the first question of the panel discussion and hear from the audience what you think are the top 3 challenges that you're facing currently in your transformation journey. What is hindering you in progressing, in developing the next model of care, and taking the steps in developing the value-based healthcare system? Please.
Good afternoon. There are multiple challenges. Some of them we share with the rest of the world, all right, and some of them are unique to our environment. One of the biggest challenges is that the change in the governing regulations at the level of the government is very slow. Okay, so whether you're talking about procurement, governance, etc., so the regulations it slows us down significantly. All right, and we're hoping that, you know, once we the holding company is approved and we turn into companies, that we will be released, you know, from the many of the government regulations and the public health care. Number 2, which is equally challenging, is the legacy system we have. All right, whether you're talking about the system itself or the facilities, the infrastructure. All right, for example, there's severe underdevelopment of the IT infrastructure, data availability and data analytics. All right, so huge area. Any data we need now has to be collected manually most of the time, and it's not something you can sustain. You can take snapshots, all right, and build, make this big decisions based on this kind of snapshots of the data. Number 3 is, of course, the culture. Okay, all right, and these are equally important. It's, the culture has, I think it would be naive to think that the culture will change quickly. Okay, it will lag behind because it's been built over decades. All right, and I'm talking about the workforce culture particularly. The last thing is the behavior of the consumer. All right, this is really something I think about a lot of the time. We say patient-centered or citizen-centered, but to me, the patient or the citizen, let's say, should be accountable as well. All right, we should no longer look at the citizen as a consumer of healthcare, but rather an owner of his own health with consequences. All right, he cannot, for example, be not compliant. All right, like a diabetic who's not compliant, etc. And he thinks that he would still be cared for free of charge. This is in our situation. All right, so I think we are building accountable care organization, but we also have to build accountable citizens. All right. Thank you.
These are excellent points. Thank you very much. Is there anything else anyone else would like to add? Key challenges in your daily life, in the work that you're doing that is hindering the progress of the transformation program from your personal perspective? Yes, please.
The first one, which is maybe discussed in the previous session, and Dr. Saleh mentioned, is the culture, where it's really very challenging for everyone. If you speak at the level of frontliner, if you speak middle manager, or even leaders. And this should be really our goal in the future, to start changing this. Customer trust. Most of our customers really, they don't trust primary health care, where they jump to the secondary care and sometimes to the tertiary care looking for service. So we have to build this trust that there is a good health, integrated health services upon the cluster, started from the primary care. We don't have a good infrastructure from a health point of view, as mentioned by Dr. Saleh, and we don't have electronic file. So each hospital do have different health information system from the other hospital, where the duplication and waste of a lot of investigations, images there. So this is really a big opportunity, and we are looking to really achieve from a health point of view. Maybe Engineer Musa is here, at least 2019 something. And this question have been asked many times to us whenever we meet with the colleagues, with the employee in open discussion, or even at the level of middle manager leaders meeting. They ask about it. When will be the point that we have a good HI system in the cluster? Thank you.
Yeah, that is a valid point. So in terms of, do we have the enablers in place from an IT point of view, from an interoperability point of view, to support the overall clusters being formed? Yes. Maybe we'll take one more before we ask the panel to respond.
One more thing that I think also we are facing is that the shortage in the talent. I think that will slow us a little bit down on the progression to our transformational journey. That is happening in different areas. The demand is so high, and I think, as Dr. Saleh mentioned, once we get the mandate, that will give us more freedom to acquire those talent to help us move faster in our journey?
Yeah, the whole concept of attracting and retaining talent, especially in the healthcare space, is a global one. The shortage of nursing, for example, specifically, is something that Saudi Arabia is also suffering from. But from a talent and capability point of view across the ecosystem, I think that's a good question to sort of maybe address. But if we can just step back, there's a question around how the landscape is changing, and the government and from a regulator point of view, perhaps that cycle is not changing as fast as we'd like to. So they're not able to keep pace with what is required from the cluster level, and also how the private sector is moving apace. So maybe I could ask Dr. Reddy if you can voice your views in terms of what the future role of the regulator should be, and then maybe we can respond to how the clusters can help the regulator in that role.
Yeah, I think the role of regulation more often should be an enabler rather than a regulator. I think that thinking, there is a need to change. In terms of, for example, regulation, whether it pertains to the clinical establishments, or it pertains to the medical education regulation, or it pertains to the pricing, because which type of regulation is actually the impeding some of the transformative efforts at the cluster level. So I think we need to narrow down the specifics of which regulation can enable it and which regulation can actually curtail it.